Hello, hello! Welcome, one and all. Welcome to my stream. I am PaladinAshe here to stream for you again, and today I am tickled pink because I finally achieved affiliate. It took me literally a year and some change because the anniversary of me beginning to stream was this past October, about the middle of it, around like the 20th. I didn't even mark the date because I forgot, but like, yeah. Kind of a big deal to me for the most part because I can do a bunch of things with that now, like schedule by the day or have Twitch redeems. I'll have to set that up and tool around with it, but I also need to start like thinking about graphic design for my page and start looking a little bit more, I guess, respectable. This is the part where artists start to or artist bots start showing up and trying to shill to me. But anyways, let's get into it because I'm going to continue playing where I left off in Satisfactory because I was doing something that I wanted to finish and I desperately wanted to. And when I saw that I hit affiliate, I was like, fuck it. I can do what I want. I do what I want. Okay, come dumpster land. Okay, where were we? Yeah. All right, I was connecting that to here. Huh? I'm gonna send myself careening off into the abyss. And by the abyss, I mean the ravine down there. Nudge. I thought I could nudge that like a much smaller amount. Whatever. Find this shit so annoying to place. I need to unlock the blueprint system. Stop flipping directions. Why are you like this? What the fuck? Get out of the way, EA launcher! Nobody fucking likes you. Doop-de-doo. Okay. Whatever. I said... What do you mean? No, no. Lock it there. Fine. Okay. Man. The very first moment I get a hold of something like fucking drones, I'm making that shit. Y'all got bones? Why? What are you doing? I'm close enough to where I need to be that I'm gonna go and refill. Oh, on site. Bitch. Pure. Clean and clear and under control. It goes well, Evil Autism. It goes well indeed. How's your day going? Also, I kind of wish this was Bara Factory, but one, that's not a game that exists. Somebody out there needs to make it stat. Second of all, I probably wouldn't be able to show that on stream. Nice, nice. Always good to have a vacation. Unless you're a workaholic, in which case it's personal torture, but like, you know, that's an unhealthy state of being. Let's see. Oh, fuck, yes. I'm putting one of these down. What do you mean missing materials? That is fair. That is fair indeed. Reminds me of there's this I'm not sure if you've ever seen like the choose your own adventure content out of like TG and whatnot. The thing where somebody's like postulates like a scenario where either like you're isekai or somebody comes along and offers you stuff, and you have to like build like what you get out of it out of like a points total. And somebody along the way made one that was basically about making a big beefy Bara husbando. Got that saved on my hard drive somewhere. I mean, unsurprisingly, but also I just kind of like those little games. They're fun. Is it working? Is it working? It is not working. I mean, don't we all? Himbo's got them stress relieving packs. And please, no Bashonans. I'm picky. Like actual monster men, not like the weird sort of you know, actually just a guy, you know, that like appears in a lot of women's romantasy novels. There's a reason they favor fairies and vampires. Will I be able to set up anything with the crystals within this stream? Probably. Actually, monster, werewolves, giant crocodile men, minotaurs. IS crocodile men, base taste. I've seen more than a few pieces of art where somebody happened upon a crocodile in a bayou somewhere, as in the crocodile was hungry for something other than the flesh. They wanted that ass. Why is that stacked up like that? There we go. These things are so frustrating to place. I guess I'm placing that a little further closer along. Let's just start placing them because I'm getting a bit tired of all these stackfuls. They don't need to exist. Right here. That's perfect. Let's make a couple foundations. See if I can't get up there again. Fine, I'll build a ramp. I'm gonna ask Evil Autism, have you ever played the game Lustful Desires? It's originally out of Itch.io. It's an indie game. Porn, but entirely about like big beefy muscle guys. Oh shit. Okay. I don't know what to do with those just yet. Let's place down... Actually, let's bring them over here somewhere thereabouts. If I truly want to set up something with the sulfur, I can always set up that shit over closer and then use the conveyor belts that I set up over here to deliver them. Okay, so constructor. I should build a MAM. I should go over to the wire production and get some wire and then build a MAM. Logistics. I do like generating points. Let's see. Ah. Let's see. Okay. So, for this, I'm going to need some coal. That's actually not a bad idea, going down that ravine. And coming up this way. Or coming up over there. Why's it gotta be the ravine? Impure, impure. Okay. Found a cave.
The voiceless effigy creates bodies in their waves but does not notice the shore. Is our melody not beautiful?
Detecting abnormal brainwave activity again. Activating artificial brainwave resonator.
Your shallow song has no rhythm. The river erodes our temples without prayers and washes away our scripture without deepening. Consume.
I believe this is one of those moments where the scientist would yell, "Eureka!" But that seems entirely too dramatic. It seems they are somehow organically emulating human speech. Fascinating. Continue exposing yourself to alien artifacts. The fruit of this fungus-like flora does not seem to show much potential for use. However, its mycelial network is worth further investigation. Research it in the MAM to establish classification and potential application.
Where is... Ow. There we go. Chainsaw in that fucking thing. Yeah, I don't know what the thing is with the aliens on this planet. They just kind of are. Also, hey, philosopher. I achieved affiliate last night, so, you know, I ended up streaming earlier today in a celebratory mood. But I also feel like I may just also take tomorrow off from streaming because I did a 6-hour stream yesterday. And I'm looking at doing somewhere, you know, close to that today. Okay. I'm not even remotely close enough to relevant to go to like any sort of convention about you know, being a streamer. Let's go up onto that rise. Caught you slacking. The idea of making connections has always been like a weird one to me, mostly because, you know, I'm autistic. It's one of those like things I don't get about like interaction where it's like, oh, because you know my name, it's something worth bringing up. Like, I don't know, I'm still like literally who? If I walked up to Sea Dog VA and was like, here's my name, here's my card, what good is that? I think the coal would be over there. I believe that's the one in the mountains. I might just set up a coal refinement up in the mountains. Oh, we shall see. Neurom. Let's see. For now, let's place this down here. What, that the aliens had like some sort of super plague or something like that? I haven't played Subnautica, short of when it was in early access. And I was in creative mode and was just fucking around, so I don't know the lore. I'm good with spoilers. Huh. And do those aliens have anything at all to do with the Leviathans in the deep? Oh, okay. That's one of those, like, games that I should play on stream, preferably. Okay, so let's see. I can finally deliver these to the base here. Coal, I might, yeah, I'm gonna go grab some coal. Throw out some of those plates. Probably 50. But yeah, I should play that game mostly because, well, I mean, it looks fun, even if deeply terrifying. When I played it before, I barely played it any because I kind of was like a little bit fucking chicken shit. Well, a lot, but still. Shit. Oh, I should put that in.
Potential for harnessing alien energy completed. Fixit has identified 2 development tracks requiring additional research to integrate Summersloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The loop organ contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rot and recycling. Shrines to evolution and revolution.
I like these types of games. Helps me soothe out of multiplayer games. Yeah, kind of helps that you can also kind of just have like a chill like co-op experience if you've got friends to play it with too.
Research completed. Silica recipe unlocked. New quartz research available.
Okay. So if I get silica on the make, so I just need a framework and a thing. Mind you, I don't play multiplayer games for exactly that. Like short of cooperative games, competitive stuff I don't touch because it basically puts me into a mindset where I have to engage in literal self-care afterwards. Stuff that borders on, was I just in a BDSM scene?
Research completed. Experimental power generation research options are now available. These may enhance performance of other fuel sources.
Alright, I forgot that those were kind of cruel. I get tired when my opponents in ranked StarCraft 2 get too quick and adaptive as if I'm playing against the cybersecurity of Arasaka. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. Ah. Slash ban. Oh. Oh, hey, honey. Thank you. I appreciate it. Love you. Now, what am I waiting on? McCutie. Thanks, EA. Yeah, me streaming extra fuck ass along last night was totally worth it because I was able to get fucking Twitch to recognize that I had 3+ average viewers. This is in spite of the fact that I had a fucking Twitch is very specifically making it so that like viewers aren't recognized as there if they're not chatting in chat. What did I come over here for? Oh fuck. All right, pipes. Yeah, that's like the major frustrating part about it is like I was consistently having like, you know, people tuning in of 6 to 10, but I had not been able to like get a like 4 streams in a month like that. You hate Twitch, but you don't trust YouTube Live? I don't know. I'll admit I kind of skimmed the stuff to do with like, you know, affiliate and whatnot, because I just wanted to get the sign up ready. But I suppose. Let's see. How would he even check that? Either way, I'm affiliate now, which means I can do shenanigans. Shenanigans like actually scheduling days at a time rather than like weeks forever. That always kind of tweaked my autism. It's like, no, I'm not playing this one game forever. I'm just playing it for a stream just to try it out, maybe more. I came over here for wire. How much wire? Nutrients. Not very much. Pretty much. And the thing is, I don't think I'll ever be one of those people who streams one game exclusively. Like, I enjoy this game, but who knows what I'll be playing next week, the week after. Could be anything. Which of course means I'll never get those like fat like viewerships for being like super duper into WoW But to be super duper into WoW, you also have to do like endgame raiding, and I've never really been one to do that either. I play for fun. Yeah. Like, there's this one streamer that I follow. What was her name? Luella something. She piqued my interest because she was like streaming like Baldur's Gate 3, and she'd either be like really into it or basically memeing on it. There wasn't really that much of an in between. Like, you can find footage of her reacting in game to Raphael's final act. That would be the music that plays when you go to fight Raphael, and it starts like, just blaring out this like hardcore ass fucking like, singular singer, followed by Raphael singing like he's doing show tunes about your death. Yeah, his House of Hope in the Nine Hells.
Nutritional inhaler.
Okay, I can make inhalers now.
Using this inhaler will restore health and also gives your skin a radiant glow that is connected to well-being and probably not radioactivity.
Nah, that's me working through the asthma and the cystic fibrosis. Mad reminded of like when I was in high school and they had a woman come to give like a speech about like donating your organs. This was like well over like, oh God, approaching like a decade and a half ago. I'm so old. I'm so old. Yes, they're a healing item. You can heal by just eating food, but it doesn't return very much health, whereas like an inhaler generates significantly more health. Fully restores your health when used. Yeah, okay. Very much significantly restores. There's kind of like two ways of making them. You can make them with berries and shit. But also I think you can make it with animal protein. Megafauna. I mean, so was I. I think everybody in chat is currently old enough to remember what a floppy even fucking was. Possibly even old enough to remember that there were large format floppies before there were like the more, narrow-sized ones. I don't think I ever owned a computer that took the large-scale ones. But for most of the 90s and the early 2000s, computers had floppy drives. That was a bit of technology that took forever to go away. My parents' first PC was the last DOS version, and that still had the large ones. Yeah, they were kind of on their way out when I was like a little kid.
The The mycelial networks of these fungi possess unusually resilient hyphae, which show potential for making a strong but lightweight natural fabric. Additionally, it has similar medicinal and pest control applications to mycelia on Earth. Research completed. Fabric recipe unlocked. New mycelia research available.
Let's see. Let's see how much technology I can get through with the mycelia tree. Since I'm past the biofuel stage, I don't really need it for biofuel. So I can fucking, just turn it into cloth for either parachutes or fucking breathers, which will allow me to get through like areas like that. Had Monkey Island as a demo on it, a Mario, the first Mario clone, and I think a drawing program. I remember, oh fuck, what was it called? Kid Pix? It was basically a kid's art program, and I would spend so much time in that. It made making interesting images so easy. Now everything's so unnecessarily fucking overwrought that it's like a pain in the ass. Okay, so that needs 100 rotors. That needs cloth.
Medical properties of local mycelia established. New research options available. Medical inhaler variants. Vitamin inhaler recipe unlocked. Not only does it restore your health, it also acts as a preventative supplement against scurvy and other shortage-induced conditions. Unfortunately, it does not improve aesthetics, but Pioneer helmets are built to withstand extreme circumstances.
Let's see. Mycelia.
Therapeutic inhaler recipe unlocked. It smells like fried breakfast-induced cardiac arrest, but surprisingly, it restores you to full health.
It smells like fried breakfast-induced cardiac arrest. Okay. This... Cloth. Mycelia. Oh, okay. Okay, I can work with this. Yeah, this is actually surprisingly useful because like later on, there's an area to this area thereabouts. I have not been there yet, but it's basically like a mushroom forest biome centered around a lake with a hydroelectric power, or a geothermal spot right in the center. And off to the side, actually. And lots of good resources. That's where I set up a bunch of factories, especially like a turbo oil generating farm. I should show that off on stream at some point because it is honestly something to behold. But point is, a lot of like the foliage there is mycelia, and so it's useful to have that on hand. Let's see. Right. I need rotors. Rotato. Focaccia. Also, hun, if you're still there, I gotta say, it's wild. So, currently, let's look at the actual, like, Twitch side of things. It's wild to me that literally, like, the first stream after hitting affiliate, it's almost like the numbers are like, okay, we'll acknowledge that you've actually got viewers now. Almost like the deck is stacked against the little guy on Twitch. I don't want to be one of those people, but Twitch really do make you be one of those people. I wouldn't even be surprised if it's like only half deliberate and the rest is incompetence. That reminds me, EA, the pseudo religious organization behind all the bad shit in his Dark Materials was called the Magisterium. Okay. $15 mycelium. Oh, okay, so I don't need that much. Was it all reliant on cloth? I want to say I can make cloth later using plastic. Ah, yes, there it is. Synthetic polyester, production. But I'd like to see if I can't get some cloth out of the oven now. Is it the most efficient use of my time? No. But, I'm kind of putting off, going and setting up versatile shit. Let's see. Versatile. Yeah, that sounds about right. Fuck it. Bouncy. Bouncy. Bounce. Keep 'em bouncing. Bounce like your checks did back in the day. Ugh. Yeah, so... That's the bane of this, phase 2. Is that it almost feels like it goes slow because you have to make a bunch of slow-ass shit. And the cost to produce it all can be such a pain. Let's see. Versatile framework. Okay. $7.5 per minute. But that's 45 beams. Do I have that production capacity? Notice that I've got a lot of machines over here. They're all making a bunch of shit. Okay, so each of these is producing 60 bars per minute. Got 6, 12, 18, 24. 15, 30, 45. So I have exactly 45. If I arrest this for a bit. White bars on my small weapon screen. Oh, that just represents which hand I've got, or like which item I've got out. Basically, you can only hold so many items in your hands. You can upgrade that. It's not like you gain more hands, but I guess you just gain more ability to store shit for active use. But yeah, it has to be in your hand to be used. Like, if I want to heal myself, I have to have it accessible at hand. Okay, so I'm trying to make versatile. Let's run a thing this way. That would be honestly wild. Like, okay, no shit, having a mechadendrite as a player in this would probably make you a scary powerhouse because you could carry more than one gun. I mean, isn't there an animation out there of I think it might be an Alpha Busa one, or it might be a comic, I don't know, of a fucking tech priest trying to tell a dude, look, chainswords are neat, but you know what's also neater? DACA. What do you mean uneven? It's perfectly even. Go fuck yourself. Ah, yes, that early fucking, game. experience of doing a coronary bypass to get resources to a thing. Versatile framework. So if I've got 7.5 per minute, divided by 7.5, 12, 2.5 hours. Which means it will probably not, catch up with my smart shit. But it won't be far behind. Do I got enough frameworks to account for that? Because it's asking for 3.75 per minute. Okay. I'm just barely at surplus. Hey, dude, go away. You know, hon, I just realized, because we got that thing going on this weekend, that cliffhanger for the Elmaloy case files is going to be extra long. It's fine, honey. I mean, okay. Like, if you're really that concerned.jpg for the people, you could just say, oh yeah, Ashe is managing it this weekend or some shit like that. I don't know. We only have the one, which is annoying because there are more books. Hell, there's an entire second series that's like follows after as a sequel series. I think it was like literally one is called Case Files and the other is called The Adventures of Lord Elmaloy II. Waver really cannot catch a break. I was able to acquire the fan translations of a bunch of them. I haven't read them because I acquired them only recently, and I'm currently busy with the Ascendance of a Bookworm series, which I've gotten farther than I did originally. Like, I did the thing that I normally do with a series, whether it's a manga, an anime, or a light novel. Which is, even if I've experienced the story, I know that adaptations vary, so I want to have the whole story. So I proceed to read everything or, watch everything that I've already experienced. But this does have a tendency to cause, like, fatigue in enjoyment, if you will. Okay. Summer suits, alien technology. Damn it. I won't get that for a good bit yet. I think that's the next phase. To elaborate what that choice is so This stuff is power shards. I can overclock a machine. But once unlocked, I can just jam in a summer sloop for amplification, and it jacks up power costs by a factor of about 6. But it also puts output to 2 times what it is. For free. Some of these things have the web novel, light novel, or mangas, and then also an anime. Yeah, the thing about web novels, though, is that you can generally disregard them a little bit. Like, Rise of the Shield Hero. I can tell you a thing about it that is no, it's not even remotely a spoiler anymore because it doesn't factor into the light novels at all. But like, okay, you know how in Rise of the Shield Hero or the Shield Hero's Rise, how Bitchy is kind of just like a drama-loving hoe, and like you're over here like, what even is your deal, bitch? Okie dokie, hun. I appreciate you lurking. You're my snug muffin. But yeah, the light novel, she just loves drama. She just loves drama. There's no real explanation for it. There are people who defend her, but in my opinion, her explanation is non-existent. She's just a cunt. In the case of the web novel, she's like a shard of the goddess Eris, you know, like from Greek mythology. Like a chaos god who is motivated to cause chaos. So there's like an almost sort of like, not really a justification, but an explanation that makes her vaguely sympathetic in that she had no control of her fate. Yeah. But like, that doesn't factor into anything past that point, because bitch is just like, bitch just loves the drama. She just loves to hurt people. She loves to hurt people so bad that like one of her greatest simps experiences a psychosomatic break. I can't remember if that's like baseline canon or it's his like own personal side series. Yeah. In point of fact, that's actually like a archetypical trait of narcissists. They like the idea of having the control to like cause a person suffering. So they'll kind of just cause it without even remotely any concern for the individual. Has major overlap with Munchausen by proxy. Ah, there we go. The sting in my arm. I got some vaccinations today, and it's not super bad. Yeah, just the right arm's a little bit sore. I'm actually pretty good about receiving like vaccinations. The needles are basically feather thin, and it's so very not much of a drama. Like, I wouldn't even call it a little prick. It's like, it's more like poke, little bit of sting, and they're done. I mean, I do the same thing. Like, I genuinely do the same thing because, well, it's kind of just easier that way. Nobody likes to see themselves get stuck with something. It's just, you know, it makes it easier to, like, deal with what's being done. Like, I distinctly remember once upon a time when I was a child getting, like, an inoculation at the beginning of the day at school. And I was so fucking terrified, and the actual, like, stab hurt so fucking much. And then my, like, arm ached severely for the rest of the day. I was really little at the time, though. Okay, that's a lot of fabric. Is that how much I need, or do I need more? Mycelia. Let's see. I am going to get that.
Research completed. Gas mask and filter unlocked. Mycelia fabric is highly absorbent, making it more effective at toxic gas filtration than the standard issue Pioneer helmet. A pleasant pine scent is included. Gas filters require regular replacement for optimal safety.
I do like the sound of that pleasant pine scent.
Parachute unlocked. Fix-It appreciates your willingness to descend rapidly to perform your duties, but damaging Fix-It property is a breach of contract and will have unpleasant consequences. Improve descent efficiency by combining the forces of gravity and drag with a parachute.
Actually, while I was getting or after I got my inoculation today, I went and got myself a new body wash. I kind of collect, but not really collect, that sort of thing. More like I sample stuff because I like the smell. And if I'm going to have to deal with my own scent of my own body, I may as well smell nice. I got this one that's like basically like dark cherry scented, and I'm like, oh, that smells really nice. Yeah. But I also know I'm a bit weird for it because, like, I've mentioned as such on, like in conversations before, and Bo will be all like, I just use the stuff that smells like boot leather. I joke, but, like, he's basically like, I just get the Old Spice scented stuff, whatever gets me clean. I'm like, yeah, fair. Meanwhile, I'll stand there like, sniffing a damn bottle in the, I mean, maybe. Probably not on like a store shelf because like most of the time they're fairly samey. Like, if it's a guy scent, it generally smells some variant of what you'd get out of out of a deodorant stick. And that's not necessarily bad. Those don't smell bad. I actually rather like them. But I also have a tendency to like things like tangerine scents or lemon scent or lime scent. And you tend to get that more out of either the more girly or more generic bottles. Yeah, pretty much. And I've tried out quite a few over the years. There is this one bottle kind that I occasionally get, but I can't really get it too often because while it doesn't have any deleterious effects on my skin or anything like that, it has this like heavy kind of like pigmenty nature to it that kind of gets all over the place in a tub and like stains things. Well, when I was in my apartment before like getting my house, I used some of this stuff, and the drain was some weird sort of thing where it was like a depression in like the bottom of the shower with like a movable plastic like filter top to it. And this like body wash would not fully dissolve and therefore would like gunk up there. I was like, oh, that's kind of annoying. Damn. Well, that shit's going really quick because it already got to like 116. Meanwhile, the smart plates are taking a million fucking years. I hate this thing so goddamn much. 3. How many rotors do I make in a given minute? 4. 4.8. 5. Okay, can I perhaps speed this shit up? I suppose one more will be acceptable. Just come on. Actually, yeah, let's what's the low end here? 5 and 4.8. What's using the rods currently? Okay, that's got 24. So 48. But I've got 15, 30, 60. Okay. So I've got a fair amount of headroom. And the screws... The screws are finally getting some of their restraints taken off. That's 60, 60. $120. Are my plates being used for anything? They are. Okay, so I wonder. Go away! Go away! Go away! Not sure if you can tell, but I don't want you anywhere near my shit. Get gone. God. The nonsense one must have to put up with. Okay, so currently I've got 30 in, 30 in. This thing is currently producing, well, oh yes, you can, but it either takes a lot of smacks, or bombs, or bullets. Bombs generally work pretty well. Especially cluster bombs. So convenient. Okay. Smelter. Needs wire. Needs wire. Of all the resources, wire. Huh, 25 coupons. Smelter. Okay. This is currently consuming 30 bars, 15. What if I jacked this up? I need quick wire, that's why. Right, quick wire. Inhalers, inhalers, berries. Mycelia. Mycelia. Nuts. See. Itchy. Okay, so if I go and get some of that quartz stuff, I can learn how to make those leg things and improve my jumping capabilities. You wouldn't believe how useful that is, especially with the bunny hopping. Might have been?
Blade Runners unlocked. Equipped to run faster, jump with greater force, and decrease fall damage that might otherwise have lowered your value to fix it.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Notice that height. Die. Yeah, I can circumvent shit so much more easily. The breathing things don't last very long at this level, but that's okay. Oh shit, I'm gonna take a lot of damage. Oh, whatever. But they do give you a bit more leeway because the poison gas kills real quick. Yeah, the Blade Runners are so fucking choice. they're kind of like necessary for decent going a Viking. I don't want to have to approach and use up, so... Ah, it didn't work. One more. Jump. Jump. Hey! You weren't there a moment ago. I'm gonna fucking kill you. Where are you? That's what you fucking get. Phenomenal little bitch. Hey, dude. Lizard doggos. They are called, if they are officially, if memory serves, called a lizard doggo, and they can be tamed. Now, I personally don't tame them much because the problem is that it doesn't give you like a whole lot. Like, okay, basically what it means is that they'll occasionally like show up with like gifts for you, and that's cute. But they get in the way, and I don't want them to die, so you end up having to pen them in. It's a whole thing. Where'd he go?
Consume.
Just about had a panic attack there. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! Ugh. Well, now that I'm going far afield, I should be careful out here at this hour. Spiders tend to show up more at night in areas that they otherwise wouldn't. Ugh. Think there might be thing in this area. Let's see, no spiders. That is a cave. I can't remember where it goes. But they're also typically spidery filled, and I don't care for those. I think there's a crash site not far from me. I don't want foliage or wood in my inventory. Thank you. Ow. I can't see amongst the trees. There were two of them, but now one is gone. There you are. Ah. Come on, bitch. I love how they acknowledge we made a game addictive. You should probably take breaks. Okay, yeah, I don't want to fall down there. That would be a little bad. But how do I get back up? That ain't the way. Ah! There's too much foliage here and it's too fucking dark. Yeah, that's the TV tropes experience. There. So it's kind of funny in Ascendance of a Bookworm. Mine had to throw on a benefits concert to fund an orphanage / monastery, which is something that just hasn't ever been done before. And she had to not really con High Priest Ferdinand into performing at it, but like he was really resistant until his half-brother's, wet nurse and his cousin's, governess, a woman with a very strong personality was like, this young lady just offered you from her sickbed, no less. So many things and still you expect more? What is wrong with you? And he got shamed so hard, he's like, fine, but I'll only perform music, that's all I'm doing. And then, flounces out. And then he got, so pissy about what he perceived as, an ambush by this woman that he, proceeded to, give mine a bunch of books from, the Archduke's, personal library. And then was like, okay, now you have to come to the temple for a month. And you can't bring the books with you. So sorry. And also made it so, the lady's maid wouldn't let her read. Because it would get in the way of her convalescence. So mine retaliated right in response. The reason why he was performing music was because apparently the noble women of the noble quarter. Ah, you bitch. But yeah, basically the women of the noble quarter, including her adoptive mother, Elvira, have a massive thing for him because he's just so fucking pretty. And she's just mine's just I really don't get, she's like, I really don't get where everybody's coming from. He's fine, I guess, but I've seen better. And she's you know what? If the ladies are desperate to see him, I'll give them what they want. I'm going to put his face on all of the promotional material through my printing. And she asks her, one of her attendants to draw him, but she's like, I've never seen him, and I'm sorry, I couldn't bring myself to be in the same room as him, because she has a crippling fear of men because she was almost TOS violated Yeah, the temple has a lot of that. Her main attendant was TOS violated by the previous orphanage matron a lot. So, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. But, like, she's like, you could get Rosina, your Huspiel player, to do that. Oh, yeah, it's a fucked up like, okay. Ascendance of a Bookworm's world building is fucking amazing, but it's also kind of dark because the nobility take mad advantage of their situation. Like, they will absolutely take full advantage of the fact that they can do whatever they want and you can't say or do anything to stop them. In point of fact, that nearly got her parents, killed because she has mana and there's kind of a dearth of mana, like, in the kingdom at this time. And she's a commoner, so they could have just ordered her to go to the temple and, essentially used her like a slave. But because she has an absurd amount of mana and force crushed the bishop near to death, the high priest was like, okay, yeah, actually probably a good time to step in and sort this out. Like, he was perfectly willing to allow, this to happen until such point as he was like, oh, okay, no, it's not going to happen. Yeah. Hey, don't give me that. Do I need to make... Fine. I'm gonna have to find iron nearby. Nearby is not happening. But yeah, the thing about the high priest is he's like very utilitarian. He has a good moral compass, but he is still a noble, so he was, until such point as it looked like she was about to obliterate the bishop, basically kind of just willing to let like things go as they were going. But then was like, okay, if she does that, these two commoners, her parents, will get killed for this. And she'll be executed as well. So this is no longer working out for what's like the best possible outcome for us. So like, basically it's like, okay, I'll literally do anything that you ask of me. And just like, okay, treat me as a noble within the temple so I don't have to like work absurdly because I can't do so because I'll die. And also, do this, and this. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. Like, completely willing, but like up until that point. Anyways, I digress. Yeah, like the temple's got a lot of like hierarchical abuse. Yeah, it's got a lot of hierarchical abuse. The bishop that she nearly killed is later executed for machinations that went directly against the will of the Archduke, who is technically his nephew. Well, actually, no technicallys about it. The bishop's in the temple because he had low mana, but he comes from the same family as the Archduke's mother, and is the Archduke's mother's like cherished younger brother. So she gave him a lot of political leeway to do whatever the fuck he wanted. And he was a very debauched and corrupt individual who would lean into the very, like, fatherly persona if it benefited him. But, like, in the temple, one of the first attendants Mine receives is a girl no older than 8 years old, who was very pretty for her age, and said that her ideal dream was to one day, yeah, kind of, sort of. Like, okay, it's a little bit more than that, so I have to go into further explanation. So, in Ascendance of a Bookworm, mana, like, you know, just magic makes the world kind of go round. Like, it's even, like, baked into, like, the mythology that, you know, part, like, the seasonal cycle is quite literally because of, like, the interplay of the gods. And that's all to the good, but it does basically mean that, you know, that nobles are a requisite for, like, society as a whole, hell, agricultural as a whole, to function. So, fucking, you know, like, you'll have people with magic who are, like, the leader of, like, all society.
Damaged hard drive.
But a problem there is that because magic makes the world go round, they absolutely, absolutely need to have people in power who have a lot. And just because you're born from a family that should produce a lot of magic doesn't mean you will. In the case of the Archbishop before, Ascendance of a Bookworm. It's an isekai about a girl who gets crushed by a falling stack of books in her room by the lightest of Japanese earthquakes and wakes up in a world where literacy is not non-existent, but expensive to the point that it's the purview of the nobility. Like, okay, it's like, yeah, it's genuinely her worst nightmare. She gets so depressed. And this is not helped by the fact that she wakes up in the body of a little girl who is basically an invalid. Mine has what's known as the devouring, and it basically means that she has mana, whereas other like commoners just don't. But like, that's not really a good thing because learning to harness your mana is like a whole thing that nobles go through like at like young adult age, and prior to that they're given like tools that allow them to siphon off their magic as it builds up. Otherwise, they'd explode. I'm not even shitting you on explode either. That is exactly the wording used. That if somebody's like mana grows out of control, they will just combust. And at one point, while she's like managing the orphanage at the temple, a young infant is given to the orphanage with like no name given to him. But like it becomes very clear early on that this boy, this like literal baby, has the devouring and a reasonable amount of mana at that. And whenever he gets even a little bit like emotionally out of sorts, as a baby is wont to, it was described as his skin began to start like to bubble up as if it was under pressure. You know, like, yes, actually, what's some good news, honey? Yeah, it's genuinely horrifying, and most children with the devouring die from you know, complications of it. Mine was straight up told at one point, like, okay, so player with played Eve with me, and Pandemic tried to gank you a bunch. Well, basically, they're a complete collapse as an alliance, but damn. I mean, sucks to be them, but sucks to suck. I don't care about them. I'm glad they're fucking suffering. And the funny part, fucking goons didn't even have to do anything other than exist. They just stay winning. I mean, that is the amusing side of it, is that, like, a bunch of their wars, they've kind of just turtled up. And the fucking enemy, you know, came against their walls and just broke themselves upon their barriers. Okie dokie, hun. Have fun. But yeah, where was I? So yeah, like, a lot of children with the devouring just die of it. Mine, for instance, knew she kind of had, like, a problem early on, but she didn't have a word for it. And she didn't exactly know, other than, like, every so often she'd get this feeling of, like, heat boiling up within her. And it would always happen when she was just, like, emotionally distressed, which, like, happened more than a few times. Like, so she kind of early on decides if there are no books in this world, she'll make her own. And so that leads to her being like, I'll try the different tech trees of paper. You know, because, like, just getting paper is a pain in the ass, because it's all parchment at this point. And so she conspires to do that. She conspires to make like, you know, like a fucking stationery of sorts. Starts with attempting papyrus. Gives up on that because, again, she's very weak and doesn't have a lot of energy, and she spends the better part of, like, the winter walking with her dad to, like, the walls of the city just to build up leg strength to get to, like, you know, to, like, the forest. Keep in mind, she's about 5 years of age. Ow. She's about 5 years of age. Most kids her age go out into the forest to help their parents with, like, various things, like forage, get, like, wood, that sort of thing. So, like, most kids are able to do that without the aid of their parents. She had to basically, like, be carried half the time. And that was, like, the long and short of her capabilities as an individual. So she's trying to make papyrus, but that's involving weaving, like, fibers from, you know, reeds together. And it ain't happening. So she's like, okay, how about clay tablets, like fucking Babylon? Oh, she's fucking weak. Like, okay, not only can she not do much physically, if she gets too worked up, she collapses and gets fevers. She gets them all the time, and they last for days. And, like, it gets to a point where she's, like, being helped out significantly by this one boy in the neighborhood whose name is Lutz. And the reason he's helping her at all, even though it's, like, taking time out of his day to help a literal, like, you know, useless invalid child, is because she fed him. Because he has a big family of, like, 6 other boys, and he's the baby of the bunch, and they steal his food all the time, and they're poor. So he's constantly starving. Like, his whole dream is to become a merchant, a peddler, actually, to travel around and see the world and have his own shit. And, you know, like, he basically starts helping out because she, like, teaches him a recipe on how to, like, take the flakes from this kind of special, like, fantasy fruit. They're literally called perus. They come from trees that grow in the winter made of ice, and they can only be acquired on a clear, like, skied day when there's, like, no snow, which are few and far between because the winters are harsh in this world. And they're basically like coconuts. Also, you can only get them during, like, the very early morning before dawn. Otherwise, they fly into the air. It is a fantasy world. You know, and and harvesting them is a pain because you have to use your body heat to break the stem. So, like, you get some mad, mild frostbite. But anyways, fucking, she teaches him how to, like, use, like, the flakes from the inside, you know, the meat from the inside of a coconut, essentially, to make pancakes, which they weren't doing because they were just like, oh, it's not really necessary stuff. We can just feed it to our like chickens and like make money off of that. But like apparently, you know, it tastes like coconut flakes. And so he gave her Peru cakes, and he was actually like, shit, I'm actually, you know, fed now. I'm so happy. And so when she's like trying to make these clay tablets in the forest, he's like, I'll help you. Mostly because I made a promise to your dad, you know, because he's kind of like, they live in the same neighborhood. They're reasonably close. They're neighbors. So he's basically like an uncle to him in a way, refers to him as Uncle Gunther. And he's all like, I made a promise to Uncle Gunther I'd make sure that you didn't work yourself up and get hurt. This is your first day in the forest, and you're already breaking that promise. Why did you even make it if you were going to break it? And she's like, Yeah, he's like, fine, I'll do it for you. So he digs up some clay, helps her make these tablets that need to dry. But then like his brothers stomp all over them. She freaks right the fuck out. Like, her eyes started turning like a rainbow shade, and she started speaking in a really intense voice. And they like just about wet themselves. And fucking, you know, they help her make them again. And then it rains the next day, so they didn't properly dry and became mush. And she got upset again, so they made them again. And then finally, when they were dry, she was like, all I have to do is kill them. And they exploded in her face. Like, not physically, but, you know, fundamentally. It made her mom mad. But she was like, I won't let that get in the way of me. How about bamboo slats? We did that before paper in Japan. And she gets Lutz to, like, carve these things for him because, you know, a little bit of carving experience is just something everybody who's common has in this world. And she makes that, brings them home, and her mom thinks that they're just for like burning. So she burns them in the fire. So Mine gets so upset, she has a breakdown and nearly fucking dies. Like, when I say nearly fucking dies, the only thing keeping her alive right now is her will to live. And her will to live is only as strong as it is because she has the mind of an adult. If she were a child, she would have died, actually fundamentally did, well before this. And she's like, literally like about to like, you know, be crushed by this. And then Lutz is like, yo, I'll help you. And she's like, oh, okay. And he's like, and yeah. It's an uplifting series, but there are some like crushing moments for her because she spends a long time just trying to make paper. She spends a year making paper, during which she is basically like suffering like nothing but hurdles. And funnily enough, the thing that keeps her alive during this point is that she made a promise at one point to Lutz, because like when she was like going with her dad to the wall during the winter, she was also moonlighting as like his one of his like peers, Odo's like, yo, paper, like his personal calculator, because she revealed she had a talent for calculating numbers, and her methodology doesn't use an abacus. She just basically does like the sort of long form, you know, write out the numbers on like the thing with like the line underneath. And it's kind of unusual in this world. And she's apparently really good at math relative to everybody else, including Odo, who is a previous traveling merchant. And so he's like, okay, you can do that. And I'll give you, slate pens so you can study, reading, because you clearly want to read or learn how to read. And while doing this, like, Lutz basically tells her his reason, or his, like, dream. And she's like, I could probably put you in touch with Odo, who's a merchant, but I'm not sure he'll give you the best, response on that. And so she tells, like, Odo. And Odo is basically like, he should give up on his dream. being a traveling merchant sucks. Why do you think I shifted from traveling merchant to guard at a fucking wall? I don't even have a shop. Though his reason was entirely because he fell in love and wanted to get married to this beautiful woman he met while, like, at a winter social. And she's like, I'm not sure you can, like, find a place to work. You're a traveling merchant. And he's like, I'm turning in all my money and getting a citizenship to this city, and I will get a job. And she's like, okay, I'll marry you. But as it turns out, his brother-in-law is the leader of a merchant company that sells textiles known as the Gilberta Company. And she, like, puts, Lutz in touch with this dude, gets him to, like, clean up and look good for the meeting. And is basically like, knows well ahead of things that the dude's already said he should probably give up on this, and even surmised exactly why he was saying that before he even said anything, which is that, quite literally, it's difficult to survive outside the walls. There are bandits. Finding drinking water is hard. And trade routes are a map that, like, most, like, traveling merchants cultivate over generations. And ultimately, they're cultivating them over generations to one day afford a shop in a big city. So, like, ultimately, Lutz is asking for the inverse of what most traveling merchants would want. And he's like, however, you could just become a merchant. They travel all the time and also make good money. And here's my brother-in-law. And his brother-in-law's like, there's something strange about this child. Because by this point, Mine has introduced a bunch of little knick-knack thingies that are of interest to people who, want to make money. For instance, a good example is people don't wear hair sticks in this world. Mine, when she wakes up, she's got, like, really fucking long hair that's constantly in her face. And she's like, this is annoying. Can you give me a little stick? And she's like, yeah, okay, sure. Okay. Ties up her hair. Yeah, she's not a teenager. In fact, she's not a teenager until, like, several books onward. And you're not considered a teenager at, like, okay, so in this world, you start your apprenticeship at age 7. Your apprenticeship comes after you are baptized at age 7. And during that time, you have, like, a half-on, half-off schedule with, like, your apprenticeship. And usually the apprenticeship you get is tied into who your parents know. So if you're a commoner who's, like, nothing but carpenters, you'll probably work in your dad's shop or the shop of somebody. Yeah. There's a lot of, essentially child labor in this. But it's basically treated as just sort of like a feature of an otherwise harsh world. Because, like, they're fucking dirt poor in Mine's family. Like, I'm bouncing around waiting for some, like, recipes to come out of the oven. But they're dirt poor in this setting. And Mine's, like, little innovations are actually significant. Like, the hair stick unto itself wasn't that big of a deal, but it was unique enough to make her stand out because nobody wears their hair like that. And predominantly, if you're a young kid, not, like, come of age and baptized are two different things. You come of age at about 16 or 17. But, like, before that period, generally, it's socially expected that if you wear your hair up, it'll never be in, like, kind of like a bun or like a ponytail. It'll be like a braid. Like, her sister Thule wears her hair in, like, braids all the time. But, like, when she tried to tie her hair up into just, like, a very, like, standard utilitarian bun, Thule was like, that's something only grown women do. And she's like, okay, so I'll just tie back my bangs. So she kind of got like a bun in the back of her hair, but her hair is still basically down. Around winter, when like everybody's stuck inside, which is very historical, everybody does what's called their winter craft. And she's like her like family was doing like, basket weaving. But mine proceeded to introduce to them to the concept of crochet. And this was relevant because when Thule's baptism was coming up, she was like, oh, we need something for her hair. And she's like, I'll just put some flowers that I'll pick in it. And she's like, no, I'm going to make something for you. And she takes some thread and makes lace flowers. And apparently, without her knowing, her sister going around with this lace flower, like, hair stick, or like hair ornament was a big fucking deal. Because she shows up to like the Gilberta company's, shop with some stuff. Because, the leader of it, he decides to like, at a glance, he takes an interest in them. Doesn't make them apprentices, but basically is like, I'll give you a test. If you can prove that you can make something worthy of making money, then I'll gladly take you as apprentices. And they're all like, okay, we've got an exact idea of what we want to make. And he's like, okay, what's that? And she's like, paper made from wood. And he's like, come again? And she's just like, paper made from wood. He's like, and you believe this is a thing that you can do? And she's like, yeah. He's like, okay then, if you can do that and show me that it's of quality, then I'll take you both as apprentices. And they go through some rigmarole. It only takes them a few months though. Initially, some hurdles were had because they didn't realize that they were supposed to ask him for essentially financing and setup for doing it. Like, she does a deal with Odo for nails, and she's essentially getting screwed through the teeth doing so because he's a former merchant, and they're trying to teach her to be a little bit more, shall we say, common sensey, which she never really fucking does, despite being technically mentally a grown adult. He basically asks for a bottle of like the stuff she uses in her hair. Because that's another thing. She comes up with shampoo and uses it in her hair and is immediately like a standout. Everyone in her family, because having like clean fucking hair is just unheard of, especially amongst commoners. Like, her hair was like itchy and dirty, and she's like, okay, I know how to make a DIY shampoo from like avocado oil or something like that. Actually, was it avocado? I can't remember. Her mother and sister came there with like what are called marils, and they looked kind of like avocados or something like that. But apparently, if you mix avocado oil with like salt, you can get like a lot of the fucking dirt out of your hair, and then you just rinse it, and it gets glossy. But anyways, he's like, okay, so I'll take a bottle of this for my wife to give to her as like a gift for her birthday, and I'll give you nails. So he gives her nails, and then Benno summons her to his like, his shop, and chews her the fuck out for acting like an idiot in his opinion. And she's like, what, why? And it's like, I will eventually, theoretically, be your fucking, master, and you'll be my apprentice. And I will cover the costs of your making things. And she's like, oh, I wish I'd known that. And he's like, yeah, well, now you do. And proceeds to finance, her making shit. And they get paper done. And then afterwards, he's like, got any other ideas for Yeah, a little bit late, but all it cost her was like a bottle of stuff that the recipe of Odo doesn't know. Which, by the way, she sold that recipe to Benno for like, I can't remember how much it was, but like the money system in this world goes something like the anime and the books even outline it. It goes something like small copper, medium copper, large copper, small silver, medium silver, large silver, small gold, large gold. And she charges him like quite a bit of money for that. And then like he later on proceeds to be like, okay, my workshop is not getting a good return on this stuff. What's happening? Why is it not turning out properly? And she goes there and she's like, oh, it's because you're using an overly fine cloth to strain it. The little bits from the avocado, from the marrow are part of the scrubbing, but you can fix the stuff you've already got with putting salt in it. You can also put other things. And he's like, what other things? And she's like, that would cost you money. And he's like, damn, but also I'm glad you're learning. And proceeds to get charged like 5 small gold for it. Which matters because she ends up nearly getting caught in a bind later. Yeah. So like when she introduces the whole like the hair ornament to Benno has like a minor fit because the local guild master to the Merchants Guild, a guy by the name of Gustav, who runs the Oathmar company, has been going crazy trying to find these, like mad crazy. And the reason is he's got a granddaughter who's coming up on her baptism in the winter, and he wants her to have it for her baptism ceremony. And he's been like going all around the markets being like, who made this? Who is responsible for this gorgeously cute fucking hair ornament? I wish for one. I wish for two. And turns out it was mine just randomly creating a thing for her sister. And that's literally the only reason anybody knows about it is because fucking Thule going to her fucking baptism was quite literally showing it off to the general world. And fucking like, he's just like, how much? And she like does a custom order on this, but it causes this dude to be aware of mine somewhat. And fucking later on, when mine suffers like a significant breakdown, like we're talking like she's told that she that she might have like an illness that is like going to work against her ability to live. And like she proceeds to have like a massive fucking collapse, like nearly dies. And they drag her to the Oathmar company house where, as it turns out, the guild master's granddaughter also has the devouring and is only alive now because he was able to like near bankrupt himself for magic tools. But even then, she's contracted to become the mistress of a nobleman when she comes of age. Like, quite literally, it's a decent contract, but not an amazing one, purely because she is still technically a commoner. But because she's a commoner with money and connections, her like contract holder, the dude whom she's going to be a mistress to, who's about a little bit close to her age. He's a little bit older than her, but like still, like not severely. It's not an old dude. But he comes from I think a lay noble family. Lay, med, and arch noble are like the primary the monikers for like different nobility, and it's literally wealth and mana capability. If you've got lots of mana, you can easily marry into a family above yours. Well, reasonably easily. But anyways, right, I need to look at this because I'm talking so much about this, but I'm also kind of just letting shit percolate right now. Anyways, fucking basically, she had this magic tool and they used it for like mine, but then immediately afterwards we're all like, so how will you be paying us? And she's like, paying you? They're like, that costs a lot. And she's like, okay, how much do you want? And they're like, oh, 5 small gold. And she's like, oh, I've got that. And they're just like, what? Because they wanted to contract her to the family, not as like some sort of slavery thing, but they were like, join the Oathmar company and give us your awesome innovations and make mad money. Benno doesn't know what he's doing. Yeah. So like when she later comes back and talks to Benno about this, he's like, that cheat. I talked to him about this and he said 4 small gold because he initially tried to like pay her a 4 for like the additionals for the hair stuff. Oh yeah. Literally every idea she has is in some way gold. It starts to be less gold later on because some of her ideas don't really pan out. Like once she starts getting printing on the way, she tries to introduce the story of Cinderella to the world. And by that point, she's in the temple. And she has been told to show whatever she's looking to print to Lord Ferdinand before she prints it. And he's reading this and he's like, this is dog shit. What is this? What is this story? What? A scullery maid marries a prince? That would never happen. What are you on about? And she's like, what? What do you mean? He's like, this literally would never happen. And she's like, okay, what rank would she and he need to be for it to work? He's like, I could maybe see a med noble marrying a lay noble. And also, what is this magical casting shit, like this wizard? What is this gobbledygook? That is not magic. And she's like, I don't know enough about magic to write about magic. He's like, yeah, well, I mean, maybe you shouldn't write about magic. So like, she ends up trimming it down to being more like a historical, romance thing. And then he gets to the end of it and he's like, also, that happy ending would never happen. He would be disowned hardcore. And she's like, where's your sense of romance? And he's like, this is reality. Deal with it. And then she shows it to one of her attendants who has experiences with nobility. Yeah, so like, she's like, she has experiences with nobility, and she's like, I'm sorry, Lady Mine, but I think you shouldn't write this story. And she's like, why? Lord Ferdinand said it was okay. And it's like, yes, but he was probably just being nice. You really don't understand noble society, so you probably shouldn't write about it yet. And she's like, She's like, why don't we do another run of like the mini Bibles we made? Because their first like published books were basically an illuminated kids Bible. Like with pictures made using stencils. And it was also kind of blockaded by the simple fact that her artist, Wilma, is a shrine priestess who lives in the orphanage and has little to no experience with noble society and can't really write about things or draw about things she doesn't know. The only reason she did illustrations of Lord Ferdinand was because later on, when Mine asked for help with that, she got her to ask Rosina, who proceeded to draw pictures of him. And she's like, see, Wilma, this is what he looks like. You can go off this, right? And she's like, I must see this man. This man with his perfect cheekbones and his serene expression. And so while he was playing the Hearthspiel, which is a kind of like a fantasy lute in this setting, with Rosina and like doing compositions of essentially songs from our world, specifically from anime. No, seriously. She gets him to like make a composition of the Anpan Man intro, I think. And then like tells him the lyrics are about like striving in the face of adversity and showing courage. And he's like, so it's about like love and perseverance. And she's internally just like, no, it isn't at all, but whatever. But anyways, while he's doing that, Wilma's sitting over here just like obsessively drawing him. She's just like, this man is like the perfect man, like physically perfect, bypassing my fear of men. Ugh. Sorry. Getting myself so much of a sippy. But anyways. Yeah, getting back to it. So, you know, mine basically gets told by like Frida, the guild master's granddaughter, that she has literally a year at most to live. She would have died that day if they hadn't like essentially used up a magic tool on her. Like, it literally exploded from all the mana it sucked out of her. You know, but, like, she basically has, like, a year to live, and the only way she'll survive is by contracting to a noble and essentially losing the ability to go see her family. And she's like, I'd rather die at home. Which, like, was crushing for Frida to hear because they were kind of sort of friends, even if Frida's kind of difficult to be around. But, like, she basically, you know, winds up, you know, deciding to, like, stay at home. But then when she's baptized, she finds out the temple's got books and desperately wants to read them. And because she had a really kind of fancy looking outfit, it was literally just her sister's, you know, baptism outfit recycled. And by recycled, I mean, they just pleated up the dress a bunch because, I mean, mine's really short. And so it gave it a refined look. And so they assumed she was like some rich merchant's daughter or something like that. And so they were all like, oh yeah, sure, you can join. And then, like, she goes back home and they're like, fuck no. Do you not want to be around us anymore? And she's like, what? What do you mean? And they're like, if you join the temple, you literally join the orphanage and cease to be able to see us anymore. Also, they'll work you to the bone. And she's like, oh, I guess I have to tell them not that, you know, I can't do that then. Goes back and just like, sorry, my parents won't let me. Also, I'm kind of dying from the devouring. And they're like, oh shit, and proceed to like get this like chalice thing and get her to touch it. And she immediately lights up a gem on its side. And they freak out and they're like, okay, now we must interact with your parents. And she's like, what? Oh, I've put my foot in it again, haven't I? And so she goes and talks to her like parents about this, and she's like, Mom, Dad, they issued a formal summonings, and they're like, what did you do? So she ends up being counseled on this by Benno, who basically kind of knew this shit was like on the horizon, because mine has a lot of good ideas, is clearly very astute, and also has mana, which means she's very exploitable by somebody who's above her in terms of station. Very exploitable. Like, in the worst of ways. And so, like, he's, like, setting things up well in advance of this, like, encouraged contracts for like her resources that basically allowed Lutz to be like kind of a go-between, like he'd have sole arbitration on like certain things that she makes. So like if she made something that was worthy of selling, only Lutz could fucking sell it. So like that's the whole thing. And ultimately, I already told you how that went. She goes to the temple. The bishop basically tries to take advantage of the situation. And he gets kind of choked until he passes out. And Lord Ferdinand basically agrees to all of her stipulations that she goes into the temple. And he more or less was her like semi-tutor on etiquette and like noble decorum, but he also gave her, an attendant, Fran, who is literally the goat, who would literally die for her and Ferdinand, but like initially he didn't care for the whole situation because he's the one who was molestinated by the previous orphan matron. So like serving a shrine priestess kind of fucked with him a bit. But he got over it because it turned out that she's just a genuinely decent person. And he's like, basically like the guy who's like, you have to speak like this. You have to do this. You have to be more graceful. You have to be more circumspect. You cannot be upfront about what you want. Otherwise, nobles will get like pissy or take advantage of you. And so on and so forth. And he basically tries very hard to ensure that she isn't just gobbled up by either some random noble or like noble society. But he very early on recognizes that for her to continue to live and thrive, she needs to be adopted by somebody of his choosing or approval very quickly. And at one point, basically kind of like figures out that there's something not quite right about her. He's like he's not the first person to spot that. More than a few people are like, how does this random 5 or 7-year-old have all this information and speak about it as if it's like a surety rather than an idea? Like, keep in mind, she is never talking about any of the things she's talking about as if it's something she's making. She's talking about it as if it's something somebody else made before her. And she's fobbed it off on the claim that she's basically just experienced it in a dream in a world that she can no longer go to. And that's the long and short of it. That like she basic iron ingot. Sorry, one sec. Fused quick. You solid steel. How about solid steel? How about cheap silica? Okay, fine. That potentially cuts out a machine. Well, or potentially increases production. We shall see. Yeah, I was looking up what's like better to choose. Okay, so that's working. That's working. I should set up the wire. I should check that to see how much time is left on that. 740. 740. I wonder. But yeah, so like after an event happens where a noble basically tries to hurt her and it nearly goes way south. Like, okay, they go to this thing with like the Order of Knights to fight what's called a trombe. I should point out a lot of the naming conventions in this are ersatz German, like if you were to look up, say, like a lot of the like the gods and whatnot, or like a lot of the words, they're either like German or like French in some like tangential fashion. They're probably not real words, but it's more like a Japanese person writing something that looks like German to them. But a trombe, Trombe, is a magic tree that is essentially life-draining for the soil. And it thrives off of magic. Yeah, it's pseudo-Middle Europe. But yeah, like, it thrives off of magic, and it's, like, a big deal to... Let me bring up Trombe, Ascendance of a Bookworm. Let's go to you. Oh, that's not helpful. Okay, maybe display capture. Here we are. Trombe, or Tarambe, is a fey plant that grows very quickly and absorbs the mana in the ground surrounding plant life to help it grow faster. It could potentially drain enough mana to turn a forest into a wasteland. So, like, that thing, mine kind of brushes shoulders with that kind of creature a few times. Because apparently their seeds, like, proliferate as like, what's called a taue fruit. Pretty damn harmless to, like, a standard person who has no magic. They're just like a big, like a tomato, but full of water. And during the, what's known as the Starbind Festival, when people get married, people who are unmarried and children will chase down couples who just got married and throw these fruits at them. It's just all in good fun. But if somebody with mana holds these things, they suck the mana out of that person and form the seed pod of a trombe, or trombe. Yeah, a trombe. And that's a bad thing because mine kind of runs into one randomly when she's trying to come up with, like, you know, paper in the forest. But it ends up being kind of a boon because the wood from these trees makes fucking ideal paper. So getting some during, like, you know, like a certain point in the year when taue fruits are, like, in season is actually, like, pretty reasonably easy. And killing them when they're, like, just sprouting is fairly simple for, like, even a child with a hatchet. But if they grow that big, they have to be taken out by the Night Order, because the Night Order can generate, like, weapons blessed by the God of Darkness. And weapons blessed by the God of Darkness sap magic. So it's basically like anathema to a creature like that. But basically, while they're in the processes of being somebody who will have to do a ritual to restore the land, she's given two guards, a dude by the name of Damuel and another dude by the name of Shixa. Shixa's a med noble, and he's heard no short of things about the upstart commoner in the temple. Also, he himself used to be in the temple before various purges in the nobility led to a dearth of mana, and various, like, children who had been entrusted to the temple as, like, just this child has a laughably low amount of mana, so we don't need him. They were brought back into noble society and educated as nobles. But this dude was in the temple for a large chunk of time. So he's so pissy about this and whips out a fucking knife and tries to hurt mine. And when, like, mine flinches and gets cut by his knife, a nearby like dormant trump proceeds to grow out of the soil and grab her and start like trying to suck the life out of her through her blood. And she survives, but like it's such a big fucking to-do that like Lord Ferdinand breaks all semblance of patience and gets way mad because he's a high-ranking noble, like not originally from the temple. He was originally educated as a noble. He went into the temple due to political reasons and could technically leave after a certain point in the story, but he doesn't be his duty. But he's still basically part of the Knight Order and brought along for like, you know, like buffering out their like battle capability. And fucking he basically is a like, yeah, okay, you're right. We all should know our fucking place, yo, Shiksa. Which is kind of the problem here. I gave you a direct order. You were supposed to protect her, and you did the exact opposite of that. Yo, this gets this dude executed. Like, no hesitation, just, yeah, it'll make his mom mad, but who fucking cares? He went against, like, my orders, and by extension, the orders of the Archduke. So, yeah, off goes his head. And fucking, like, then he gets mine to, like, do the ritual to restore the land. And before he has this dude executed, no, he doesn't even decide to have the dude executed at the time. He basically is a, like, you will all be punished, including, Karstead. Karsted's like his cousin and also the leader of the Knight Order. And as far as he was concerned, Shiksa was a reliable sort. He didn't realize that Shiksa had this problem with him, but he gets like slightly punished for it, monetarily if memory serves, for like what went down. Because it was kind of like, I recommend this dude, but because he showed up, he wasn't a good dude. That reflects on me, you know? Like, it's why you should be careful to recommend somebody professionally. But anyways, he basically has Shiksa try to do the ritual on the basis that all this extra work saving mine has tapped Lord Ferdinand's mana. And mine is the only one who's currently got a lot of mana because I gave her a restoration potion. And even she's like internally, she's like, that's bullshit. He's got lots of mana. And then this dude starts doing the ritual. And he fucking collapses into the grass before he's made much effort. And fucking Ferdinand's just like, yeah, that's fucking pathetic. Mine, step up. And she's like, okay. And then proceeds to, like, do such a performance that it's such an overkill that Ferdinand's like, yeah, so, she's in my custody. Don't touch her. Not a one of you think to do so. She's in my custody. And then he basically goes and reads her mind because he's basically like, I need to ensure that she's not like an evil witch psychopath thing. Like, not only does she have all this information, but like she has like an obvious education. And also she's got all this mana. She could destroy a nation if sufficiently motivated and empowered. And she could be a plant. And this is how he finds out that she's from like our world. And he spends the better part of going through her memories with her, being like, is this a noble's quarter? And she's like, no. Anyways, this is a bookstore. And he's like, is this a noble's quarter? No. Anyways, this is a library. Is this a noble's quarter? No, this is an arts and crafts store. What about this place, this apartment? Clearly a noble lives here. Also, how are you making flames come out of that thing? And she's like, can't you do that with magic? He's like, I can, but it requires a magic tool you feed magic to, and it's kind of costly. And also, why are the flames blue? Yeah, like, funnily enough, refrigeration, it doesn't really, like, shock him any. But the fact that she can flip a light switch and turn on lights, or that they're that bright, because, like, magic can make light, but it's expensive. So they often have kind of go-betweens, like, they'll basically enhance the illumination capabilities of a candle, for instance. But candles don't really illuminate much. Hell, there were inventions from, like, the past. I saw one recently. It was just, like, not physically, but it was, like, shown off in, like, a historian textiles YouTuber thing. And it was basically, like, you had a candle and a bunch of, like, little bulbs of glass around it that would, like, essentially refract the light. So you could have a bunch of a bunch of women doing, like, late night, like, lace work and use only one candle. These candles are expensive. But he proceeds to be, like, so blown away by all this shit, but then comes to the acknowledgement that she's probably not bad. And then he's like, yeah, okay, so I'm gonna have to have Shiksa executed. And Karstead, you want to adopt her? He's like, I mean, I'm DTA, but, that's an odd request. And she's like, somebody is going to come along and pluck her up. We need to protect her. And then, like, right after Mind shows off, a fucking, like, book she's just printed, her initial, like, illuminated Bible. He's like, Mind, how do you feel about being adopted? Like, right now. And she's like, what? And, like, had Karstead in the room at the time. It was like, I could be your dad. And she's like, I really would not like to do that. And, like, has a nervous breakdown where she has to have, like, she has to be, like, calmed down because her mana was getting out of control. Because that whole force crushing thing, yeah, that's a thing a child of nobility can do. And may do if not sufficiently, like, disciplined. And mine has no control. And they're like, okay, we won't do that yet. But when you're 10 years old, you are going to be adopted and you're going to go to the academy where you will train to be a noble. Is that understood? And just like, I guess. It ends up not working out that way because within like 6 months of this, the Archbishop engaged in some nonsense that basically gets her attacked in the temple. And they have like a knockout brawl with the Archbishop, a noble, and his various minions. And then Lord Ferdinand comes into the room, engages in a magic duel with the noble, and obliterates everybody who isn't behind a barrier in the room just by a force of magical pressure alone. Yeah. So mine winds up being adopted kind of impromptu. And it wasn't even really under the terms Ferdinand wanted. Because a little bit before this, they had what was called Spring Prayer, which is where the temple priests who have mana go around to the provinces, bless people, receive offerings, give further blessings, etc. And in their retinue was this really quirky blue priest that she's never met before, dude by the name of Sylvester, who kind of just does what he wants. First thing he does when he meets her is fucking bully her and get her to make sounds like a bird. And Lord Ferdinand's like, this guy's name is Sylvester. Despite his fucking garbage personality, he's a good person. And the dude's blown away by a bunch of the shit that she's doing at this point. By this point, she's got a personal chef who was technically training to work in a restaurant that Benno was opening, because Benno found out that she had a bunch of food recipes and wanted to capitalize on them before, Frida from the Oathmark Company was able to squeeze her for some, because she got fucking a pound cake recipe out of her for near free and only got paid for it because Frida is, in her own way, a good little shekel sniffer. Like, she loves money, but she's at least honest enough to do honest business. But, like, he's a, like, I want to open up a dessert shop and you give me all your dessert recipes. And she's like, okay, first and foremost, you don't have sugar. Only the Oathmark Company has sugar. That's rare. Second of all, I can give you recipes for Italian food. And he's like, Italian food? And she's like, whatever, you'll love it. And I've been missing it. He's like, from your dream, right? And she's like, yes. And so by this point, she's got a chef that can make Italian food. And this dude basically, like, kind of pressures her into giving him half her plate of food. And he's like, shit, this is good food. And then he, like, goes on, like, a tour of her, like, workshop. He's like, you should make toys. Why are you making Bibles? And she's like, because I want to make books. He's like, but toys are more fun. And she's like, books. And then, like, he's like, you know what? You're a decent sort. Have this pendant. If you're ever in a bad situation, press your, like, get some blood on your thumb and press it into the fucking, pendant. And she's like, okay. And he, like, goes away surreptitiously. She does that while they're, like, on the run from some people and wind up running into, like, the bad guys in the hall. Turns out that pendant counted as an adoption contract. And Sylvester, he's not a blue priest. He's the Archduke, who was just faffing about under, like, a fake identity. And so she's essentially basically told, because she, like, signed that adoption contract, while they're going to be kind to her about it and set up things to allow her to still have, like, connections to her family, she can no longer ever call them family ever again. Like, contractually, magically contractually, they can't refer to each other as, like, her original name or as, like, mom or dad or sister or what have you. They literally acknowledge each other as that in their minds, but they physically can't do it, or they assume they physically can't do it. They've basically been told that these magic contracts are a really bad thing to break. I should set up that. Wire. Wire. Automated wire. Stators. What makes stators? Pipes and that. And then... yeah, sorry. Automated wire. Okay. Okay. Let's, Yeah. It really comes down to the simple fact that noble society is really fucking harsh. And even her, like, adoptive family members are an acknowledgement that they don't get a lot of this, like, commoner shit. So, like, they fully acknowledge they can do whatever they want. They just try not to do that with impunity. But, like, they could just obliterate her family and crush the Gilberta Company, and nobody would ever know that she ever existed again. But they're choosing to be kind about it and allowing her to maintain her ties. But she's operating under what I like to call her witness protection name. They literally just basically are like, okay, the official tale. You are the daughter of Karsted's late third wife, who he loved and cherished, and was utterly crushed when she died. Her name was Rosemary. And to protect you, He had you entrusted to the temple where you were raised until recently, with no knowledge of your history. And your name is now Rosamine. And I shit you not, all like the fan content and side content refers to this like a new protagonist took over the story, like mine actively died, which is the official story in universe. It's honestly kind of hilarious. Okay. Okay, pipes. Give me but a moment to consider what I'm doing. I've been literally jumping around waiting for shit to percolate, but I'm getting so close to phase 2 that I may as well set up the automated wire. Automated wire. Okay. Which do you mean? About the game or something I said about Ascendance of a Bookworm? Stater. Oh yeah. It really is just kind of hilarious. Like, she just gets called Rosamine, and everybody calls her by that name now, on pain of death. And she herself goes by that name. She acknowledges that it's not her original name. She knows that she's not Karsted's, like, biological daughter, but they've kind of laundered her as that. And the whole pretense of that is that she's going to be rebaptized. Keep in mind, she turns 7 in, like, the end of part 1, because the books are broken up into parts and volumes within. And at the end of part 1, when she gets put into the temple, that's, like, right around where she's baptized. And so she's 7 years of age. She's nearly 8. They're basically like, you're so tiny, you don't even look like you've hit your baptism age. So we're just going to re-baptize you as a 7-year-old again and say that, like, Sylvester adopts you from Karsted to protect you because you've got an absurd amount of mana and are basically a saint. Like, they play up the fact that she's done a bunch of really saintly things along the way. Like, she basically fixed the temple orphanage. Like, so the temple operates off of what are known as divine gifts. Divine gifts are not really anything special. It's literally, you receive donations from, like, another, like, individual, say, like, the villagers who you did spring prayer for, and those donations of food supply the temple and feed the people within it. And there is a strict hierarchy on who gets fed when. So, like, if you're a blue priest, you're fed first. If you're a gray priest, you're fed second. Anything that's left over from the blue priests is given to you. That's not counting stuff that they give you directly, like gifts and whatnot, which is rare. If you are an orphan who is not, if you are, like, just an orphan in the orphanage who has not come of age for, like, baptism and being made an apprentice, you are fed dead last. When mine takes over the orphanage, there is a fucking room in the orphanage, a basement room where the orphans, like the young unbaptized orphans, are kept. And they are emaciated. Before she came there, several fucking died from malnutrition. Part of this is because there's not a lot of blue priests anymore, and therefore not a lot of divine gifts to give around. It was already harsh to begin with to live as an unbaptized child in the orphanage. It's worse now. And they do not care. As far as, like, the temple is concerned, you're not even considered a human being until you're baptized. And officially, you're not even a citizen of the city that you're in. So you can't get a job outside of the outside of the temple. like, that's your life. If you're a good attendant, you might be essentially acquired via like purchase by a noble, but that usually means that you're like an exemplary clerk, or you have rare like education in like artistic matters. Like the first thing that Mine does when she enters noble society is she essentially acquires Rosina, who was originally brought in to teach her how to play the Hearthspiel, but also was an attendant and had to do like paperwork because she wouldn't do anything else because she didn't want to hurt her hands. But like at that point, she like acquires Rosina as her as like a musical attendant, or as like a musical servant. Like literally, your thing is music now. And she's like, fuck yeah, that's exactly what I've always wanted out of my life. Play music and never stop. But yeah, like, Mine basically earned a reputation for just doing genuinely kind fucking things. And as a result of this, she basically gets kind of labeled a saint by like noble society. It's honestly kind of hilarious. Okay, so I need wire and stators, and then another thing. I'm going to... I mean, to be fair, she is doing some absurd shit. Like, okay, most people, even in the city, basically wouldn't like pay any mind to like the people in like the orphanage, because like the temple is just not their business and they try not to make it their business. Fucking, oh, I need way more cable than that. That might gobble it up, but I don't care. That is 120. Oh, I need a lot of wire. I am going to sacrifice my wire for a bit. But like, okay, Mine proceeds to do some shenanigans with like all this that shouldn't even be possible for like a child. You know, she is basically like doing saintly crap over here. And like they're basically like, oh yeah, she's literally the goat, you know. Respect. Ah, fuck. How much wire do I got on the make here? 30 for each. 6, 9, 12. Oh, 240. So I am consuming 150 over here just to make 75. 150. 5 stators. Okay, so 150. 190. If I split this, $60. Okay, so this requires 100 cable. Yeah, okay. Okay, so 80, 200, 240. I'm just barely at. But yeah, like, mine proceeds to do, like, the impossible with the temple orphanage, and she's also financing it herself at this point. Just to be clear, she is basically, like, spending a lot of her money just to ensure that these people not just receive good food, but have the ability to look after themselves. Like, she starts educating them, teaching them how to be better, like, attendants, not just, like, garden variety ones. And in, like, the most recent novel, Lord Ferdinand straight up is like, just how well are you teaching your attendants? Because, like, most of these attendants literally could get good money for, like, you know, if given to, like, a noble. And she straight up says, you would be hard-pressed to afford any of my children. Okay. What do you mean, not connected? I connected it. Oh, right. I haven't set this up. Left. Any. And I'm going to turn this off. Yeah, that is one of the genuine boons of it, is that she's helping children, but, like, you know, in ways that, like, nobody else could. Because fundamentally, like, the average person neither has the proclivity nor the capability to do what she's doing. Because she's also having unorthodox ideas on how to pull it off. Like, she's over here basically, like, coming up with ideas that amount to, like, you know, like, giving them the ability to earn an earnest wage, which they can then turn around and fucking fund their winter preparation. Because, again, the winters are harsh. When winter comes, you know, you need enough firewood to last it. You need enough food to last it. You need proper clothes for it. And also, you also probably need something to spend your time doing that you can make money off of. Because time is money. You know, it's all complicated ordeal, but it is basically how it goes. Okay, that's going. That's going. That is making 5 a minute. What do you fucking mean? Those are... Ah! I didn't put a merger! Be free! There we go. Peak efficiency. Yeah, so it's like, in addition to that, she also gets approval for, like, the children in the, or like the great priests and, like, apprentices to go outside of the temple to go into the forest. The reason for that is because a lot of people get by on forest forage. You know, not just in terms of firewood, but also like the food there. You know, when Sylvester comes around and does a tour, he desperately wants to go into the forest for no other reason than because he wants to go hunting in the commoner forest and see what it's like. And they bring back a shit ton of food because he's a good hunter and also has magic. But anyways, like, you know, she's basically like entrusted to Sylvester on the bounds that she's also like Karsted's biological daughter. And so from there, she gets a whole bunch of like new family members. I'd say quotes, but they're genuinely kind to her. Like, Karsted initially had issues with introducing her to like his wife. He's got 2 and had 3, but like one of them died from like overwork and stress because of like political issues between her family and the archducal family, because she was originally from like a med noble family, and because she married into an arch noble family, they started getting kind of making demands, and this led to his second wife treating her like shit, and his first wife kind of supporting her, but not really. Her reason is quite literally, you were overly showing favoritism to Rosemary, and I needed to keep the balance in the family, otherwise it would tear us apart. In fact, when he's like, darling, how would you like to have a new daughter from Rosemary? And she's like, oh, since when? And he's like, since she died giving childbirth. And she's like, I refuse to do that because that would be a bad idea and bring back drama. And she, like, Lord Ferdinand proceeds to be like, well, I assure you that she's a very discreet young girl, very polite, and that, she's astute, and, you know, a bunch of reasons. And she's like, oh, well, okay, if you say so, then, Lord Ferdinand, I guess I can't refuse. I'll adopt her as my own, and we'll act like she's mine, and move on from there. And Elvira is genuinely a kind woman, like a genuinely kind mother, and also really likes the fact that mine has a lot of like sweets recipes to share because they have a lot of tea parties. But she's like genuinely one of mine's biggest supporters, especially when her idea for, financing a new orphanage elsewhere, which would be a printing workshop, is a benefits concert where like, Lord Ferdinand would perform. And she's like, oh, really? I'll gladly help, and like to ensure that this like, reaches the right ears and is heard by everyone. Okay, so that's putting out 5 a minute. 75. Let's round up, or let's just skip up to 75 and divide by 5. That will be 15 minutes. Assumedly. Okay, I'm turning you off because I don't really need you right now. I'm gonna need you in a moment. But yeah, where was I? Yeah, so like, she's basically at this point the replacement archbishop for the temple, which is a somewhat figurehead role because a lot of the paperwork was already fucking being done by Lord Ferdinand, who shouldn't have been doing it because he's only a priest. Even if he's the high priest, he shouldn't have been doing it. But the previous archbishop, a dude by the name of Bezenwast, yeah, he spent all his time philandering, embezzling, and receiving flowers from his his shrine priestesses. Yeah, he was just an outright, like, disgusting, debauched pervert. And the only reason he was doing any of the shit that he was doing to mine was because he was super bitter that, like, she basically made a mockery of him. Because keep in mind, blue priests come from nobility, but they're typically somebody whose mana wasn't terribly high. So having a commoner don the robes that they're associated with, which is like their only badge of being better than anybody else, is an insult to their sense of self. And he was like way insecure about it. Because the only reason he was in the temple in the first place was because his mother and father's family were on the losing end of like a political dispute in the duchy that they're in. And though they weren't executed, he was forced into the temple rather than be allowed to be like a competitor in the politics of the world. You know, his mana was pretty damn low as it is, but like, you know, he was beloved by his sister and parents. And his sister's kind of a big deal because literally everybody in like the noble quarter lived in fear of her sentiments. Literally, no sooner is she implicated in the shit going down with Bezenwast and a foreign noble who snuck into the city, does like fucking Sylvester jump on the on the chance to have his own mother imprisoned. Yeah, and like this, like literally this is like a linchpin change in their society because fucking mine like coming to like, okay, so it's honestly kind of sad. So Karstead, mine's adoptive father on paper, or like official father on paper, so his wife died and he basically started avoiding home. And in addition to that, one of his sons, Eckhart, was essentially not able to return home, all because of like shit to do with Sylvester's mother, Veronica. And as soon as she was out of the picture, Eckhart was able to return home to see his own mom, Elvira. And in addition to that, you know, Elvira got a daughter out of the exchange who's a genuinely pleasant and kind individual who's astute, has lots of treats and interesting ideas, and, you know, reasonably cultured, even if a little bit rough around the edges. And I haven't gotten to the part yet, but the introduction of printing technology widely proliferates the idea of writing novels and other works that aren't just like necessary information and whatnot. Like the idea of just writing a book to write a book becomes a thing. And Elvira embraces this super hard because the noble gossip is rich for intrigue and passion She starts writing fucking drama and romance novels to the point that her own children don't want to share their romantic life with her because she's so going to write a book about it. Like, Sylvester has a wife. Her name is Florencia. She's a lovely woman, but kind of just, like, prefers to, like, keep the peace because Sylvester is her husband and his son is a little mini-me, and they're both very incorrigible. Like, her son literally is mine's age and has learned nothing despite having an archducal education. He can't even read. And at one point he gets pissy at her. His name is Wilfried. And he gets pissy at her because he thinks that she's never studying anything. And he gets chewed out for this because she's literally studying all the time. She's busy with so very much. But, like, quite literally, she, like, if she had her way of it, she would sit in her room and read books until she fell over unconscious. Literally, people have to be told to manage her health for her because she won't do it herself. She'll, like, literally not eat all day if she has the ability to, like, just read books. But the thing is, one time, she fucking passed the fuck out and became paralyzed for a time because she didn't eat lunch. And it's like, it's not so much like paralyzed, it's quite literally like it's explained to her that every noble has mana in their body and has to deal with, like, getting rid of it. But in her case, because she apparently nearly died at a point that she can't remember, she's basically got mana clots in her body. Not blood clots, mana clots. Basically, like, hardened mana in areas that, like, mark the pathways of mana through the body. So, if she doesn't have mana matriculating through her body, she literally doesn't have the ability to move her body. So if she becomes too exhausted of mana, she just falls down and can't get back up. Yeah, it's like the lymphatic system, basically. Which, honestly, I think is a pretty cool way to handle mana as, like, a circulatory substance. Not blood, but lymphatic. You know, but, like, she, like, she basically will, like, just pass out. So both Fran and her governess and even, like, a number of her bodyguards are told very explicitly not to allow her to just sit there and read forever and to, like, monitor and make sure she's actually, like, eating and resting. Her, like, brother via, like, the adoption to Karstead, I think it's Cornelius. He basically initially didn't want to, like, be her bodyguard because he wants nothing to do with the Archducal family due to, like, how, like, fucky it's been until recently. But, like, after meeting her, he's basically like, this girl is precious, she is cute, and she is sweet, and I must protect her. And he's basically told by Lord Ferdinand that the reason he was chosen is because he is essentially of a reasonable enough status to tell her, you're going to put this book down, you are going to eat a sandwich, and I'm going to hear nothing about it. Because her pre-existing bodyguard, Damuel, who becomes her bodyguard as penal duty for his fuck up during, like, the ritual that, like, she nearly got killed at. His fuck up was for basically doing nothing when he had the ability to call for help. But fucking, like, he grows as a person. But anyways, his problem is that he's a lay noble. And also technically made an apprentice again. So he has not the authority to do what he wants. Mine can just tell him to buzz off, and he has to. And she won't, mind you. But at one point, she straight up tells him she also has blackmail material on him. And he's like, blackmail material? And she's like, I know a thing about you that would get you heinously bullied by my adoptive father, Sylvester. Do you really want that? And he's like, no. The thing in question that would get him heinously bullied? So, because she was in the temple, she learned a whole lot of like prayers and shit like that. And the thing about magic in this world is it's predominantly done via invocation of the gods. It is predominantly spiritual, but pretty much every noble learns it, hence why like the temple is really just a dumping ground for people who have really shit mana. Because it's really just them being mana batteries for society. They get benefits out of it, so it's not the worst, but still. But like a priest being able to dole out a real blessing is a rarity. But a blessing also has a very specific long chant for it. Mine, she kind of just realizes that she can pray to the gods because, like, she accidentally does it at one point while, like, equipped with, like, a special, like, magic ring from Lord Ferdinand. She kind of just does it at one point and does, like, a minor blessing as a result of that because she wasn't really trying. But she didn't realize that she could do that. But when she's told that she'll never get to be with her family again, she proceeds to give a blessing from the gods, from the god of light and darkness, which is also something nobody's ever really done or seen done before, because it's kind of like oppositional shit. And she basically says to give this to anybody that she loves. So everybody in her family receives a potent fucking blessing, as far as they know, in perpetuity for their life. That's like shit like, I grant you a blessing to to aid you in the pursuit of your dreams. I grant you a blessing in prosperity. I grant you good health. That sort of thing. So the moment she does this, her father, who was injured by the events involving Bezenwast and the foreign noble, he's immediately healed from this. And elsewhere, Damuel, who is fucking injured and like in repose in his brother's home, right in front of Frida, proceeds to receive the blessing and get right the fuck up and like launch himself out the window onto his familiar to get back to the temple because he was like, oh shit, the apprentice. So he received this massive blessing from her, which means that he's one of the people she cherishes in her life. And Lord Ferdinand basically swears her to secrecy on this factor because he doesn't know this, but like Sylvester would absolutely bully him about this because he didn't receive a blessing. He literally didn't get a blessing despite adopting her. And he's like, why didn't I get an awesome blessing? I'm doing all this shit. And she's like, yeah, but you're also annoying as fuck. Like, he is bratty as all hell. And so he get no blessing. I want to say Lord Ferdinand also got a blessing. Karsten wasn't cut up about it because he doesn't really know her that well, but like, he didn't receive one either. But yeah, fucking, like, everybody that she cared about, including Lutz and Benno, received a blessing. Fucking Frida didn't receive a blessing, and I want to say, in character, she acknowledges that as sort of like a mark against her and not like a slight. It's like I was kind of being a manipulative bitch at times. But she kind of would. She'd basically, like, get mine to come to her house to, like, squeeze her for, like, useful recipes and stuff like that. She'd pay her, but, she was hoping to one day basically just kind of, swoop in and snatch up mine. under like a contract of nobility. I can finally turn this in. And that didn't work out for, in her favor. But she kind of just took it on the cheek and was like, oh, I should be a better person. There is.
Welcome to the Project Assembly Pioneer Progress presentation. Congratulations, the Phase 2 project part shipment is now ready for delivery. On delivery, Phase 2 will be completed and the construction dock will be constructed. After completion of Phase 2, the technologies of Tiers 5 and 6 will be...
Jetpacks, railways, oil production! Yes!
But rest assured that you would not be here if you were entirely incompetent. Highlights are oil production, railway transportation, the jetpack, and many more. Completing Phase 3 of Project Assembly is your next main objective. Just remember to focus on producing and delivering the project parts, and fix its faith in you will be strengthened.
Launch! Oh yeah! Make my hair fly! Okay, let's watch this because it's honestly pretty cool. Yeah, baby! Woo!
Phase 2 of Project Assembly completed. You have been performing more adequately under pressure and are closer than ever to saving the day. Perhaps you were the right choice for the job. Time will tell. You will now enter Phase 3 of Project Assembly. Continue as you are, and there should be no issue. For humanity. For Fix-It.
I love how most of the stream has just been me gushing about Ascendance of a Bookworm. And kind of spoiling the story a bunch, but it's a fucking good series. And also, I'm getting into the point where I'm talking about stuff that probably won't be adapted for a good long while, so you'll probably just forget. Okay. I will set that back up. Because I need some Yeah, okay. Ow. Ah, my ear. Yeah. They also changed animation studios, but it may well be all to the good because, like, okay, so the original animation studio, did pretty good work. It's a cute series, and like, it doesn't need like absurd like quality. But the new animation studio is apparently doing the character models a little bit closer to what they look like in the art from the light novels. Which has like a degree more detail on the softness of like hair and things like that, which fits in because like the anime is getting into the part 3, which is where I'm at in the light novels, which is where she's basically a noble. Oh right, that's what I'm looking for. vehicular transport. I mean, I guess, but I'm not doing that just yet. Not that either. I will go after... Can I even make these? I can! And I need them. A lot of them. Let's go with oil production. Ah, yes, I'm gonna have to get that real quick. Actually, I might be able to do. I got rubber, a little bit of rubber. Do I got more rubber? I desire logistics Mark IV. Ow. Yeah, sorry. The griping is because my left ear is starting to get kind of sensitive to the to the fucking headset. How about from the awesome shop? Can I buy some from the awesome shop? It's a bit of a waste of coupons, but... Poop. Guess I'm gonna have to get the oil production under wraps. Okay, that one I can do. I need more foil, I need that, and I need to set up my stators to be used for something other than... Okay, so it's rotors and stators. Stop. Stators. Okay, there we go. Not shoot. Ooh, 10 a minute. That's not bad. Yeah, I currently have a kind of cheapish, like, pair of headphones. I prefer to have my mic on my desk these days. I mean, the idea of being able to wander around and do other things would be nice, but fucking headsets are expensive. Okay, this is taking 20 a minute, 20 a minute. Shit. That's making 5 a minute. Oh. I wonder. Yeah. I really can't go with Logitech because I swear every Logitech thing I have kind of wears down within like, okay, maybe I'm just like overselling how quickly they wear down. But like, I had a Logitech wireless headset once. It was great for a year. Then it began to just start quitting out on me. And then it's like cable for like powering it split open and began leaking a blue dye on me. And then while like the cable was kind of like shorting, I guess, might have caused damage to the thing because the thing fucking started like fritzing out on me. And I began and like just quitting out for like an entire evening at a time. And if I tried anything to like get it to stop doing that, it would like emit this ear-piercing like screech sound at me. And it's not like I'm treating them poorly. It's not like I throw them around the room or anything like that. That said, the desire to have like a more like wireless headset is there again. I keep telling myself I won't go back, but they're so convenient. I just need 50 of these things, you bitches. I should spend these. Awesome store. I don't have the screws for this. I guess you could say I'm screwed. Okay, let's get the management ones. Ah! Now there's something I don't remember. Structural cable. Probably have, yeah, I've got too many in there. Oh, power line, you're about to get jacked into oblivion because oil power is fucking great. And that's not even accounting for turbo power, which I haven't unlocked yet and won't for a bit yet because turbo power and the special like bio coal you can make, while super duper helpful, requires some setup, and they require some fucking hard drives that you preciously acquire for recipes. But they're over here being like, yeah, so you need to use these to get these recipes, which I guess is a fair exchange. It's fair, I guess. Okay. I need more pipes, more foil, more bunch of things, really. Butter. Okay, I don't have much over there. But I got a repository of foil over here, don't I? You know, kind of wild that I've got this shit in my inventory. Have you seen the size of the fucking big rolls of, like, foil, like, yo, a metal plate, like, all rolled up? That shit is massive, and also more than a little bit terrifying, considering that, like, if you fuck with them any and they fall over, you're just dead.
Milestone reached. Crude oil can now be extracted and refined to produce various industrially beneficial parts. The byproducts of these processes will require careful management, but a capable pioneer such as yourself surely understands that. To improve efficiency, pipelines can now be optimized with valves to limit and balance their throughput. These were initially left out because Fixit did not want to overwhelm pioneers with complex pipeline management, but they have since been re-added after my impassioned defense of your capabilities.
Well, I could wait around for that tick to tick down, but I'm honestly famished. I've been streaming for 4 and nearly a half hours. So I'm actually going to call it there. Thank you for tuning in to my celebratory stream. I'm going to be sending out a raid on Debo out of love. Marshall _ Bohemond. Again, thank you for tuning in. I hope you have a fine and dandy rest of your evening or afternoon or what have you. You have a good night as well, EA. I have been PaladinAshe. I am signing off.